All right, Mr. Crampton, we'll call your case. All right, so we're on the record in docket 2400949. That is the City of Lansing versus Megan Beeden. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Williams.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant City Attorney Emmanuel Williams appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Mr. Crampton.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jeff Crampton on behalf of Ms. Bedan.
And ma'am, you are Megan Bedan, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you can hear me all right, Ms. Bedan?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. This is the time set for a final pretrial in the matter. Ms. Williams, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I spoke with Mr. Crampton last week and we agreed to adjourn the trial that is scheduled for next week as Mr. Crampton required the forensic scientists and the technicians to testify in person, and they won't be available at the trial date scheduled for next week.
All right, so there's a request for an adjournment stipulated by both parties and this is the request for live testimony. This is an adversarial hearing, so there should be live testimony in regards to so it'd be two witnesses, correct?
Yeah, the forensic scientist and the technician.
That's a fair statement, Mr. Crampton?
It is, Your Honor, yes.
All right. So do we have some, I hate to set it a date and find out they're not available.
I think they're only out for a conference next week and they should be back.
All right.
I don't think we have
so they're both,
conflicts.
yeah.
Yes.
All
We
right.
don't have any conflicts after that.
All right. So generally, the city jury trial is set for day in July. Is that correct?
Our jury trial for ordinance is currently
June 25th. All right.
We have another trial scheduled on June 25th.
What's scheduled for June 25th?
For Mr. Holden.
Is that an older file or is that a younger file?
I'm not sure.
Because it'll be whatever's the older file will go on June 25th. Mr. Crampton, does June 25th work with your schedule?
I'm currently scheduled to be in a sentencing in Novi, but I probably can move that around, Your Honor.
All right. Let me see if the June 25th date, if that file is an older file or a younger file that we have set on that date. This is 00949.
This one is 2400615.
That's an older file.
Okay, so.
Yeah, they're both 24 files, but yours is a 6.
So yeah.
And this is a 9.
Yeah.
So let's go, and we're fairly certain that one's going, because there's no to put the subpoenas out on this file if there's an older file going.
Yeah, no, it is going because I made an offer through Ms. Sutter last week and the week before, and the defendant wants to go to trial.
All right, so then let's get a January date for this file.
January, July.
I'm sorry, July.
Okay, Jimmy. I always have
Yeah, January's a little far out for us.
Yeah.
But I hate to give this a date and then have it not go.
Yeah.
So let's give it a date, that.
It looks like it would be July 23rd at 8.
How does July 23rd at 8:15 work for your schedule, Mr. Crampton?
Yes, that should work.
All right. So we'll reset the jury trial for July 23rd at 8:15.
Okay.
That'll be live on the 6th floor of City Hall. And then we'll act this as the final pretrial. In the meantime, the city's attorney's office and Mr. Crampton can negotiate all they want. But we've set it for July 23rd. 20th?
23rd.
Yeah, July 23rd at 8:15. Anything else for the record in 2400949, Ms. Williams?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Crampton, do you have any questions of me?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Great. Have a good day.
You too. So any officers who were here on the Bedan trial are released, that's been reset.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
I'm not sure what.
Mr. Major, were you here on the Bedan file? You have to unmute.
Oh, I'm trying to. Okay, it just the leave option finally showed up, so I'll take off.
All right, I was just wondering, so you were here on that file and that file's been reset.
Okay, thanks, Your Honor.
Here, thank you. On the record in docket 24L28566601 and 6602, that's the City of Lansing versus Hunter Smith. Will the parties please stay June 4th?
Yes.
It's June 4th. Right. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record, Miss Williams?
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant City Attorney Emmanuel Williams appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender John Lee appearing on behalf of Hunter Smith.
Your Honor, I waived Mr. Smith's appearance.
All right. All right, so this is the time set for a pretrial on the matter. The city waives Mr. Smith's appearance. Ms. Williams, how are we going to proceed?
Your Honor, the city moves to dismiss at this time.
And these are both tickets, right?
Yes.
City moves to dismiss. I'll dismiss without prejudice on both tickets. On the no proof ticket and the registration ticket. Anything else for the record in either 6601 or 6602, Ms. Williams?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Lee.
Nothing further.
All right, we're all set. Thank you for your appearance on that. And we have Yasha Cornelius.
Yes, Your Honor.
So we're on the record in docket 24011285. That is the City of Lansing versus Leon Yasha Cornelius. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Williams.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant City Attorney Emmanuel Williams appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
And Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee appearing on behalf of Leon Yasher Cornelius.
Right, because the time is set for, and Ms. Williams, this time is set for a pretrial at 9:30. Do we waive Ms.?
Yes, I waived his appearance because the city is moving to dismiss, Your
Okay.
Honor.
Now that let me see if that's a ticket. Looks like it is a ticket.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Of course, it just
All
got
right.
loud.
So, ma'am, we're in a hearing, so you'll have to, if you don't want to be heard, ma'am,
Yes,
we're in a hearing, so you'll have to stop talking.
I'm sorry.
The city moves to dismiss without prejudice on docket 24-01285. Ms. Yasha Cornelius or Alayan Yasha Cornelius, his appearance is waived. Anything else for the record in 24-01285? Ms. Williams.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Lee.
Nothing further. Your
All
Honor.
right. And then we have Mr. Macer. Mr. Macer. So we're on the record in docket 23-02735. That is the city of Lansing versus John Macer. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Williams.
Assistant City Attorney Emmanuel Williams appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of John Macer.
And sir, you are John Macer, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. This is the time set for pretrial in the matter. Ms. Williams, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, the city will be amending the disturbance of the peace misdemeanor charge to the civil infraction breach of the peace, and it's my understanding that Mr. Macer will be accepting responsibility for that.
Okay, so it's breach of the peace, which is a civil infraction. Civil infraction. And I believe that's $150 fine.
Yes, Your Honor.
And Mr. Lee, you'll be accepting responsibility on behalf of your client?
Yes, Your Honor.
And that's your understanding, Mr. Macer. Mr. Lee will be accepting responsibility for the civil infraction of breach of the peace. Is that, and then the count one, the disturbing the peace, the misdemeanor is going to be dismissed.
Yes, Your Honor.
That's count one is to be dismissed. I think that's the cell phone. Yeah, that's the cell phone. Who knows? They're both lighting up. If you're in the Zoom courtroom, you want to mute yourself if there's any background noise, because we're in a hearing right now. So you may want to mute yourself. All right. So, Mr. Lee, just so we're working from the same ticket. This is for conduct which occurred on August 30th, 2023 at South Washington in Kalamazoo. And you accept responsibility for your client being in breach of the peace pursuant to the civil infraction.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Does your client need some time to make the $150 fine?
Yes, he does, Your Honor.
All right. About how long?
If I could make $50 payments starting next month. I receive SSI and SSDI.
Let's do I'm gonna put it 90 days out and you can set up your own plan.
Okay.
All right. So you can go there, you can put towards, as long as it's paid by the date I give you, you should be fine. Okay.
Sure.
So we'll set it 90 days out for June, July, August, September, what?
Third.
September 3rd, 2024. $150 to be paid to the city of Lansing. And then that'll allow you to pay at your convenience towards, but as long as it's all paid by September 3rd. If you're over September 3rd, they're going to show cause you and you get caught in that show cause cycle and you want to avoid that. All right. That's definitely want to avoid that. All right. Anything else for the record in 23-02735, Ms. Williams?
Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Lee.
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Macer, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Minister.
Alright, for,
I have a
Sarah,
question.
we can dismiss the charge here.
John.
So,
I'm sorry. Do I still do the community service?
no, you're done. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Would the individual on the Ingham County Jail please identify yourself?
Dudley Adams.
Dudley Allen?
Yes, sir.
All right. Mr. Cena's here. Mr. Hathaway is here. Sierra Shaw is here. And then would the person on the cell phone ending 6172 please identify yourself?
Antonio McClain.
And say your name again.
Antonio McClain.
All right, Mr. McLaren, you're here for your 9:30. And then would the person on the who's muted now, you have to unmute, on TCL 2602DL, would you identify yourself?
Andrea Wills.
Andrea Willis. Andrea Wills. All right. All right, you're in the right place. Please stand by and we'll call you as your case comes up.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it feels like a Monday, doesn't it?
All right, Ms. Shaw, we're ready to call your case.
Okay.
So we're on the record in docket 24L2854282 and 2483. That is the City of Lansing versus Sierra Shaw. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Williams.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant City Attorney Amanda Williams appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee appearing on behalf of Sierra Shaw.
And ma'am, you are Sierra Shaw, is that correct?
Yes.
And you can hear me all right, Ms. Shaw?
Yes.
All right, this is the time set for 2 tickets today. Ms. Williams, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, the city moves to dismiss at this time, both tickets.
All right, so I'll dismiss the tickets pursuant to the city's request on 24L2854282, 24L2854283. They're both dismissed without prejudice. Anything else for the record on either one of those files, Ms. Williams?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Lee.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Shaw, you're all set. Both of those tickets have been dismissed.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And then Mr. I think, were you going to meet with Mr. Allen or Mr. Cena first? We'll clear up the room for Mr. Allen.
Yeah, no, I'd rather, I guess, meet with Mr. Cena first.
Okay, and then
Maybe Hathaway.
All right.
I also need to just let Wills know what we're doing. I don't think that there's going to be any, I think it's going to be set for a final picture. I don't think there's going to be
All right, let's go ahead and go on Will's then. Miss Wills, you can unmute. All right, Miss Wills, it appears that we're just gonna set that for final pretrial and jury trial pursuant to your, the public defender's request. Do you understand that, ma'am?
I'm sorry. I didn't hear the very first part.
It appears that we're just setting that for final pretrial and jury trial. And then you can talk to Mr. Lee as to why we're just setting it at this time, okay?
What do you mean setting it? I don't understand that.
All right, Mr. Lee, you might want to talk to Ms. Wills because she seems a little confused.
Okay.
All right, so let's put you in a break. Once you join, we'll place you in a breakout room with Mr. Cena, and then you can go from there. Ms. Wills, stand by, and I'm going to have you talk to your lawyer, okay?
Thank you. I tried calling him this morning.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll be.
No worries.
Oh,
Mr. McLean, are you represented by counsel today?
No, I don't think so.
Mr. McLean, I can't hear you. You should get closer to the mic.
I said, no, I don't think so.
All right. Did you want the opportunity to speak to the assistant city attorney in your case?
Yeah.
So,
I'm joining.
okay. So when you join him, so the assistant city attorney is going to join in, and we'll put you in a breakout room with Miss Williams. All right.
Okay.
I can do that. As long as the rooms are up.
Yep, I made rooms. Or created.
We'll go. Mr. Wills, Mr. Dudley, Mr. Allen, we can all hear you singing, so you might want not to sing as you're on camera.
I'm sorry, my bad.
All right. No worries. Just wanted to let you know that everybody can hear you. So Mr. Cena, you'll be assigned to room 2. And Mr. Lee, you'll get a prompt to go to room 2 with Mr. Cena.
Excellent. Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. And Mr. Scenic, you should get a prompt to go to room 2. I don't think Mr. Cena's that is. Mr. Cena, are you there? Robert Cena? No, there he is. Mr. Cena, are you there? You should unmute. All right, good. All right, Mr. Mc.
He declined, I think.
All right.
The arraignment. So he'll have to actually go apply.
All right, so Mr. McLean, I'm going to call your case. You're on the we're on the record in docket 2401224. And would the city please introduce themselves to the record, Ms. Williams?
Assistant City Attorney Emmanuel Williams appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
And sir, you are Antonio McLean, is that correct?
Yes,
And you declined representation at your arraignment with the Public Defender's Office, and now you're indicating you want representation?
yeah, because I really don't understand. I wouldn't know how to explain it, and I think they would do it better.
You're
But
going to have to get close to your mic. I can't hear what you're saying.
I said, yeah, I realized what I did, so.
All right, I'm going to
Represent-
grant this adjournment so the Mr. McLean can reach out to the Public Defender's Office, and I will give you their number. Since you previously declined representation, you're going to have to reach out to them and get the number for this case, okay?
Okay.
All right, so we'll grant the adjournment. Reset the pretrial. For June 25th at 9 o'clock.
June 20?
June 25th at 9 o'clock. And then let me give you the number for the Public Defender's Office so you can call them.
Okay, let me get a pen real quick.
And you should call them and you should let them know that this has been set for hearing on June 25th. That notice is going to get sent to the South Washington address.
Okay. I'm looking for a pen right now.
Yeah, and you should, Mr. McLean, you should probably appear in person next time because technology is kind of failing you a little bit.
Okay.
The number is 517.
Yep.
679.
679.
2979.
Okay, 2979.
2979. 517-679-2979. And you're set for June 25th at 9 a.m.
Okay.
And that should be live. Anything else for the record in 2401224, Ms. Williams?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, Mr. McLean, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Okay.
Then Mr. Lee, I should pull Mr. Senna out.
Your Honor, I joined breakout room 4 and Mr. Senna was not there. So I don't know, is that the breakout room he's in or did we miss each other?
I'm going to move you to room 2.
Okay,
And Mr. Senna should be in room 2.
excellent. Thank you, sir.
Don't touch it and I'll do it. Because with 2 of us, then
Okay, I'll leave it. I'll TV you,
Yeah.
sir. If you want me to do anything, just let me know.
I will. That was Mr. McLean. Have you received any word on Barry, Tyler Barry? How about Emily Householder?
No.
Or Joseph Palinkas? All right, let's leave those till the end. Those, right now, those are all no-shows. Those are the 9 o'clocks. Mr. Senna's here. Ms. Mills, you may want to mute. There's a lot of background noise coming through. All right, Mr. Lee, you've seen Mr. Senna. Did you want to place that on the record?
Yes, sure, that would be great, Your Honor.
All right. Let's go, and then we can put you in a breakout room with, is it Miss Hathaway? or Mr. Hathaway?
Yes, that
All
would be
right.
great.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-00381. That is the City of Lansing versus Robert Senna. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Miss Williams.
Assistant City Attorney Amani Williams appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
And Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee appearing on behalf of Robert Senna.
And sir, you are Robert Senna, is that correct?
That is, sir.
And you can hear me all right, Mr. Senna?
Yes.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Ms. Williams, you can tell me how we're proceeding, or you can defer. It's up to you.
I'll defer to Mr. Lee on this one.
Mr. Lee, what are we doing here today?
Your Honor, Mr. Senna is going to plead guilty to the charge.
So I have a ticket for driving while license suspended. To driving while license suspended. And that's punishable by 93 days and or $300. $500.
I'm sorry, is it while license suspended or is it a no ops ticket?
Oh, it is. It's license, drive while license not valid or improper license. So it's no ops.
Okay, yep,
Yeah.
that's accurate, Your Honor.
All right. And with a plea to that, they plead as charged. Is there any agreement on? That's
No.
that's the agree. Okay. All right. All right. And then did you want this referred to probation, or did we want to go to immediate sentencing?
I have no objections to immediate sentencing, Your Honor.
Any objection to immediate sentencing, Mr. Lee?
No objection, Your Honor.
And that's your understanding, Mr. Senna. You will be pleading guilty to the misdemeanor charge of driving, well, it's no operator's license, not having a valid operator's license, or improper license. It's 93 days. The ultimate penalty is 93 days and or $500. That's your understanding, sir?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Lee, may I inquire of your client of his misdemeanor advice of rights?
Yes, you can, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Senna, you understand you have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent until proven guilty, to have the prosecutor prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty, to have witnesses against you appear at trial, to question any witnesses that are brought against you. You are represented today by Attorney John Lee, and he would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the people of the state of Michigan. You have the right to have the court order any witnesses appear in your defense, remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If your plea is accepted, you'll give up the claim the plea was a result of any promises other than what's been stated on the record, or threats that it was not your choice to plead guilty. You'd also be giving up the right to appeal anything from a trial. Since you won't be having a trial, you'll be pleading guilty instead. Is it my understanding today it is your wish and your intent to waive your jury trial rights and plead guilty to the license drove while license not valid or improper license? Is that correct, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. I'm gonna have you raise your right hand as best you can. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right. So I'm gonna bring you back to the date of February 5th, 2024 at Geyer Street and 8th Avenue in the city of Lansing, Ingham County. Were you operating a motor vehicle on February 5th, 2024 in the city of Lansing on Geyer Street?
Yes, I was.
And at that time, did you not have a valid or proper license?
I did not.
All right. Anything towards a factual basis, Mr. Lee?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Ms. Williams?
No, Your Honor, city satisfied.
All right, I find the factual basis to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made. Since there's no objection to immediate sentencing, we'll go to immediate sentencing. And we will do no jail or probation. Do a fine of $100, cost of $100, crime victims' rights fee of $75, state fee of $50, for a grand total of $275 is $325. So $325 to the city of Lansing. And Mr. Lee, does your client need some time to make that payment to the city of Lansing?
Yes, he does, Your Honor.
So I think that 325, 90 days would be sufficient. So we'll set it out, the payment to the city of Lansing. Will be September 3rd.
Yes.
September 3rd. Okay. $325. Now, Mr. Cena, that means that September 3rd, everything must be paid. You can make your own financial arrangements and you pay like $100 next month. As long as it's all paid by September 3rd, you should be set. Okay, sir?
Okay.
This will put a misdemeanor. This is a misdemeanor. So there will be a misdemeanor on your record. And there might be some licensing sanctions from the Secretary of State once they get that. All right, sir?
Okay.
All right. Anything else for the record in 24000381, Ms. Williams?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Lee.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Senna, you're all set. The entire payment of 325 will be mailed. The notice for that 325 date, like that's the date that it's due, is September 3rd, 325. You're all set, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then, Mr. Lee, did you want to meet with Mr. Hathaway?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
All right, so you can go back to room 2, and I'm going to put Mr. Hathaway in room 2. So, Mr. Hathaway, you should get a prompt to go to room 2. And we'll do Wills and Dudley. Let's see if anybody's here for the Mr. Carter is supposed to be here for the 10:30. And are they putting Mr. Waddell on Polycom? Okay.
I'm wondering if they're waiting for us to clear that room.
Yeah. That's understandable. Yeah, I don't know if that 1 mile rule applies to counties in compliance, because the city of Lansing would have compliance with the jurisdiction, depend on the amount, I guess. So they're getting up there because they're over 50 grand. So, I know why. They want the whole thing placed in receivership.
Hello.
Mr. Gilchrist, what case are you here on?
I am the interpreter for a pretrial hearing, I believe, for actually maybe a rescheduling of a hearing for Judge Flores at 10:30 Eastern.
What's the defendant's name?
Let me check my assignment sheet here. I don't see a name. I just see a phone number. I see a case number.
What's the case number?
24-00476 Oscar
All right.
Oscar Delta.
Okay, so it's Mr. Gwynn's case. You're the
Vietnamese,
interpreter on Mr. Gwynn's case. What, Mr. Gwynn, what language, Mr. Gwynn?
I know.
Mr. Gwynn, what language is that?
Hello, I'm gone. I'm nothing now. I'm nothing Viet. Come on.
All right.
Hao Nguyen is his name. Yes, he speaks Vietnamese, sir.
All right, all right. So we'll call that case. That's a 10:30 case. Mr. Gwynn is here. You might want to speak with his lawyer, with Mr. Gwynn present. And his lawyer's here, but it might be better if, well, we'll figure that out, okay? But Mr. Gilchrist, you're in the right place. I know what case you're here on, okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And then Mr. Lee, are you ready to go on Mr. Hathaway? Oh, you have to unmute.
The interpreter, if I'd like to
Sir,
just.
yes, we are prepared to proceed.
All right, thank you. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-01111-01111. That is City of Lansing versus Nathaniel Hathaway. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Williams.
Morning, Your Honor. Assistant City Attorney Amanda Williams appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee appearing on behalf of Nathaniel Hathaway.
And sir, you are Nathaniel Hathaway, is that correct?
I'm Nathaniel Hathaway, that's correct.
All right, and you can hear me all right, Mr. Hathaway?
Yes, I can, Your Honor.
Thank you. This time set for a pretrial in the matter. Ms. Williams, how are we proceeding, or would you like to defer to Mr. Lee?
Your Honor, I just received an email from Mr. Lee and they would like to set it for a final pretrial and trial date.
All right, so we'll set for final pretrial and jury trial. Final pretrial set for
June
18th at 8:30. We've set for final pretrial and jury trial set for June 25th at 8 o'clock. All right, so we've set this for final pretrial on June 18th at 8:30 and jury trial for June 25th at 8 o'clock. The final pretrial can be by Zoom. The jury trial, of course, will be live. Anything else for the record in 24-01111, Ms. Williams?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, you're all set. We'll see you on June 18th at 8:30, Mr. Hathaway.
Yes, Your Honor. See you then. Thank you.
Thank you. And then, Mr. Lee, did you want to be put in a room with Ms. Wills?
That would be great, Your Honor.
All right, so you can go back to room 2. And Ms. Wills, I'm going to put you should get a prompt or you'll go to room 2.
I'm all good to hang up then, correct, Your Honor?
You're all set. Yep. Thank you, Mr. Hathaway.
Thank you. You guys have a wonderful day.
You too. So, Ms. Wills, you should hit the prompt to go to room. There you go.
Let me out.
Sir, you are Aaron Waddell, is that correct?
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
All right, you're in the right place, Mr. Waddell. Uh, I've got some other cases to call in front of you, but you're in the right place.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Lee, are you ready to proceed on Miss Wills? I just brought her over, but it might take some time.
Yes, we are prepared to proceed, Your Honor.
All right. There she goes. All right, Miss Wills, you can unmute.
Okay.
All right, we're on the record in docket 2400494. That is the City of Lansing versus Andrea Willis or Wills. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Miss Williams.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant City Attorney Emmanuel Williams appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
And Mr. Lee.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender John Lee appearing on behalf of Andrea Wills.
And ma'am, you are Andrea Wills, is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
All right, thank you. This is you can hear me all right, Miss Wills?
I can.
All right, this is the time set for a City of Lansing pretrial. Miss Williams, how are we proceeding, or if you want to defer?
Your Honor, my understanding is that Mr. Lee wants to set this for a final pretrial. He can confirm if that's not.
All right, Mr. Lee, is this being set for final pretrial and jury trial?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
All right. We'll set for final pretrial on June 18th at 8:30. And corresponding jury trial set for June 25th at 8 o'clock. So, Ms. Wills, I've set it for final pretrial on June 18th at 8:30. Jury trial set for June 25th at 8 o'clock. That final pretrial probably is available by Zoom. Jury trial will be live on June 25th. Anything else for the record in 2400494, Ms. Williams?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Could you
All right,
repeat?
Ms. Wills, you're all set. We'll see you at the final pretrial.
Hello? Could you repeat the 6:25 time?
The final pretrial is set for June 18th at 8:30. The jury trial is set for June 25th at 8 a.m.
Okay, thank you.
All right. You're all set, Ms. Wills. Thank you for your appearance.
Thank you.
And then, Mr. Lee, I can place you in a breakout room with Mr. Allen, Dudley Allen.
That sounds great, Your Honor.
So you can go back to room 2, and I'll have Hingham County Jail Post 2. Let's assign that to room 2. And then, Mr. Lee, you can go back to room 2.
I can lead the meeting.
Yes, you're all set, Ms. Wills.
Thank you.
Mr. Gilchrist, you can step away for a little bit. We've got a little time. until we call the case? All right, Mr. Lee, are you ready on Mr. Allen? Or we can move him back?
Yes, we are, Your Honor.
All right, and then we have two, and we'll get into that afterwards. We have two present in the courtroom, and one of them has an interpreter. Mr. Gilchrist is on Zoom. We can talk about that once you get in, but let's call Mr. Allen's case.
Okay.
So we're on the record in docket 2400533. That is the City of Lansing versus Dudley Allen. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Williams.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant City Attorney Amanda Williams appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee appearing on behalf of Dudley Allen.
And sir, you are Dudley Allen, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you can hear me all right, Mr. Allen?
Yes.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for pretrial in the matter. Ms. Williams, how are we proceedings, or you can defer?
I'll defer to Mr. Lee.
Mr. Lee, how are we proceeding on Mr. Allen today?
Your Honor, the city has made Mr. Allen an offer whereby if he agrees to accept responsibility for a breach of the peace civil infraction and to pay damages and or restitution in the amount of $381.91, that the city would agree to dismiss the misdemeanor property damage charge. Mr. Allen has decided to accept that offer.
All right. So that will be amend the information. This is on a, so it'd be amend count 1 to breach of the peace under that's a civil infraction.
Your Honor, my concern is if we close the case now, how would the payment be processed?
It would be made as a part of the entire payment.
Okay.
Because it's a $150 fine.
Okay.
And then it's 381 in restitution. And then I'd probably set it out for some time to pay that.
Okay.
With the warning that if he doesn't pay, he just gets caught in that show cause fine.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All
I
right.
just wanted to confirm.
All right. So Mr. Lee, my understanding is Mr. Allen will plead to breach of the peace, which is a civil infraction, comes with a $150 fine. Along with that, there's a restitution order of $381.91. So that would be a grand total of plus 150 of $531.91. And then I would give, of course, Mr. Allen some time to make that payment to the City of Lansing. And I'd set it for a date. I'd probably set it out maybe 4 months, 120 days, and let Mr. Allen set his own time frame. I don't know if this is the only case he's in on. I don't know if he's here on other cases. So you'd have to address that once he gets out.
Okay,
All right. All right. And so that's your understanding, Mr. Allen? You'll be pleading guilty to the civil infraction of breach of the peace. There's a $381.91 restitution, $150 fine for a total cost of $531.91. And Mr. Lee will be taking responsibility on your behalf. Is that your understanding, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. So so with that, I'm going to, oh no, what that was. I'm going to, so since we're on the same page, Mr. Lee, this is for conduct on November 1st, 2023 at the offense location of North Grand in the city of Lansing. Do you take responsibility for Mr. Allen being in breach of the peace?
yes, Your Honor.
All right. I'm going to set a $150 civil infraction fine, restitution of $381.91 for a grand total of $531.91. We'll give 180 days, 369, October 7th. October 7th, 2024 to make the $531.91 payment to the city of Lansing. That'll cover the restitution and the fine. So, Mr. Allen, you have until October 7th, 2024 to pay that $531.91. You can set up your own payment plan once you get out in that regard, as long as it's all paid by October 7th. All right, sir?
Thank you, sir.
All right. Anything else for the record in docket 2400533, Ms. Williams?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you, John.
You're
All
welcome,
right,
Mr.
you're all
Dudley.
set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Bye.
Yeah, that's got the restitution. There's no pink sheet. Did you want to do a pink sheet on that?
Yes.
All right. Do you need the file or?
I have the.
All right.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, and then Mr. Lee, we have two people present. We have Mr. Hernandez is present and Mr. Gwynn is present. Mr. Gwynn has an interpreter. It's Mr. Gilchrist who's joined us by Zoom. So I would think that you could meet with Mr. Gwynn, and then you could meet with Mr. Gwynn in person, and then I could place you and Mr. Gilchrist, the translator in a breakout room. So all three of you could talk, so you could have some translation. That might be, but that's one way to do it without putting Mr. Gwynn on an iPad and having you all in separate rooms. And then Mr. Hernandez is here, and you could meet with him either before or after that.
Okay, that sounds good, Your Honor.
All right.
I'll come down and get Mr. Nguyen now.
All right, and then Mr. Waddell's also present, and he's our last one at 10:30 for today. But you can meet with him on Zoom if you need to.
Okay, that sounds great. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, you're welcome. So, Mr. Gilchrist, I'm going to go ahead and put you in a room. You should get a prompt to go to room 2.
I see it. Joining now.
All right. Go ahead, and then that's where I'm going to put the attorney and his client. All right, so we're on the record in docket 23-01760. That is the City of Lansing versus Sarah Bradley. Will the parties please introduce themselves to the record? Ms. Williams.
Assistant City Attorney Emmanuel Williams appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Mr. Carter.
And please the court, David B. Carter Jr. on behalf of Miss Bradley, who is not here.
All right, this is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. It was scheduled for 10:30. It is now 11:09. And it would appear that Ms. Bradley has failed to appear for the pretrial conference. This was a compliance case. Ms. Williams, how would you like to proceed?
Your Honor, I'm requesting a bench warrant bond forfeiture with a 48-hour hold.
All right, and I don't see Ms. Bradley in the Zoom courtroom, in the physical courtroom. So based on the representations of counsel, it appears there's a non-appearance. Any comment on the request for bond forfeiture or bench warrant and the 48-hour hold?
I think that's an appropriate remedy, and I thank the city attorney for asking for a 48-hour hold. I would like to make a record that on May 21st of 2024, this was set for a pretrial conference. And it was the first day back from my vacation.
Right.
And I had not had contact with her, and she failed to appear. At that time, because we were concerned that perhaps she didn't get proper notice, you did not issue a bench warrant, although that was an option. And then on May 23rd, I sent Ms. Bradley a letter indicating that she had missed her May 21st court date, that you had the option to issue a bench warrant, but you chose not to, and that her new date is June 4th at 10:30. In that email, I also provided with her the community service worksheet that I had done for her compliance. As of this date, that letter has not been returned to me, and I had no contact with Ms. Bradley. However, I'll make every attempt possible of contacting Ms. Bradley and letting the court know within 48 hours if in fact I've had contact with her. I do start a trial tomorrow in Clinton County that lasts till the end of the week.
All right. All right, so we know where to find you. You're in trial. That's generally the case. And then we'll put a 48-hour hold on that, with the understanding that Miss Bradley may appear or may have contact, but we'll issue the bench warrant bond forfeiture with a 48-hour hold. Anything else on 23-01760, Ms. Williams?
No, Your Honor, thank
Mr.
you.
Carter.
No, thank you.
You're all set. Thank you for your appearance today. We'll see you, Mr. Carter.
You too. You have a good day.
You too.
Thank you.
I don't. It's right here. I have that trouble all the time. It's when other people can't read your handwriting.
I write in cursive.
Yep.
When I learned English, cursive wasn't
Well, that's good. I mean, that's as long as it's legible, because my handwriting is it's one above the doctor's prescription.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, it's not.
Oh, I remember.
I've always had it. I've always had a problem with writing. But when people bring me, like clerks will bring me the files, they'll say like, "What did you mean?" And I'm like, "I don't know. I have no idea what I meant."
Oh, no, sure.
I know, we're gonna have to listen to that hearing, because that doesn't look right. So. All right, so Mr. Lee is with his client and Mr. Gilchrist, and Mr. Hernandez is here. You have a few no-shows today.
What? Oh, I have to record today.
Oh.
I'm having lunch with Tom today. With Tom McKee.
Oh, yeah, he's one of them. He's a good guy.
Yeah, he is.
He's a super bright guy. he's probably in his third year now, right? Or is he
No,
still second?
He's finishing his second. He's taking scholarly writing this summer.
Yeah,
He's way smarter than
he
I
is.
am.
No, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. But he was in that class. He was kind of a anybody who wanted to know about the inner workings of the class sat by him because all those they could direct their questions to me, which was fine, but it's a lot easier sometimes to turn around and say like, I don't get that, and then he'd be like da 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 da. They're like, oh, okay, but he works hard too.
He does. So. He told me he didn't get the book by 6 points. Yep.
There was another guy in that class. There were two other guys who were clerking for other judges.
Oh.
And they were really into that class.
Oh, wow.
And so they were, I mean, so yeah, that bar was set. They were some high achievers.
Okay.
Yeah. No, that was.
Are you teaching anything this summer?
I'm not allowed to teach until I figure out this voice thing, until I have,
Oh.
I'm supposed to get that, they have to take out a little node on my voice box, and I set it for July, and then I might be moving it because we got all kinds of stuff going on. Summer's a bad time. It's not a mandatory surgery. It's something that'll because I'm not in pain or anything. Yeah, it just changes. My voice has changed.
Oh.
So I'm thinking of the fall now.
Okay.
Yeah. So. Right, Mr. Lee, were you ready on Mr. Gwynn? Mr. Gilchrist, you're the interpreter on that case.
Yes,
Is that correct?
Yeah, I believe
All
Mr.
right.
Lee's still muted there.
Yeah, I see Mr. Lee's gonna meet with another client, and then we'll go ahead and put that on the record.
That's fine. I'm good.
All right.
Thank you.
I think this is everyone that we have this day, right?
Let's get rid of these show causes and then we'll go. All right, we're gonna do some. All right, Mr. Gilchrist, are you there?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm gonna swear you in. Please state your name, your first name and your last name for the record.
My name is Troy Gilchrist.
And Troy is spelled Troy. Gilchrist is Gilchrist.
Both correct.
Okay, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will truly, accurately, and impartially interpret in the matter now before the court and not divulge confidential communications pursuant to the penalty of perjury?
Yes.
All right. We've lost Mr. Lee. So hold on a second and just let me know if I get going too fast. So you need to interpret. But we'll go on the record when the attorney gets back.
Yeah, 2 or 3 brief sentences at a time is usually pretty doable for me.
All right, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
All right, so I've sworn in the interpreter and we are on the record in docket 2400476. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Williams.
Assistant City Attorney Amani Williams appearing on behalf of the City of Johnson.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee appearing on behalf of Wow Nguyen.
You can go ahead, sir.
Yeah. Hai luật sư đã tự giới thiệu mình với thẩm phán. Bây giờ là nhờ anh nêu lên họ tên của anh.
And sir, you are Hao Nguyen, is that correct?
Anh là Hậu Nguyễn phải không?
Yeah.
Yes.
This is the time set for a pre-trial on this matter. Ms. Williams, how are we proceeding? And you can interpret, sir.
Đây là thời gian đã đặt ra cho phiên tòa sơ khởi. Bây giờ là công tố viên sẽ nói.
Ms. Williams.
Your Honor, I'd like to request an adjournment for 45 days for compliance purposes.
Sorry, the interpreter could not hear.
All right, so that would be a request for an adjournment for 45 days for compliance.
Dạ, thì công tố viên yêu cầu nghỉ 45 ngày, tức là chờ 45 ngày mới trở lại với vụ này.
And that's a fair statement, Mr. Lee.
Yes, Your Honor.
Luật sư của anh cũng đồng ý.
So I will set this out 45 days for compliance.
Như vậy là sẽ đặt cái hình mới về cho phiên tòa 45 ngày sau để anh có thời gian để theo lời khuyên của luật sư.
Let's adjourn to. Let's do it July 23rd.
Cuộc hành 23 tháng 7.
So we'll set it for July 23rd at 9 a.m.
23 tháng 7 lúc 9 giờ sáng.
That'll be live.
Sẽ có mặt tại tòa án luôn.
So that'll be in person.
Tức là anh phải tới tòa án tận mặt.
An interpreter is needed.
Sẽ cần thông dịch viên cho anh.
For translation to Vietnamese.
Thông dịch viên tiếng Việt.
And we'll make a note of that for the file also.
Sẽ ghi lại rõ trong hồ sơ là cần thông dịch viên.
All right, you've received notice from my court officer.
Quan chức của tòa án đã thông báo chính thức cho anh.
Anything else for the record in 2400476 from the city?
Công tố viên có gì nữa không? Không có gì nữa.
Anything else, Mr. Lee?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Luật sư anh cũng không có gì nữa.
So, Mr. Nguyen, I'll see you on July 23rd at 9 a.m.
Rồi như vậy là mời anh trở lại ngày 23 tháng 7 vào lúc 9 giờ sáng.
Yeah. All right.
Yes.
That's all for the record.
Is it possible for me to get a temporary driver license or permission to drive temporarily?
That would be through the Secretary of State, and right now, I don't think it's a possibility while this is pending.
Yêu cầu đó là phải làm với Bộ Ngoại giao của tiểu bang, mà hình như là hiện tại trong thời gian đang chờ phiên tòa sơ khởi thì như vậy là chưa có thể làm như vậy cho anh được.
Yeah.
Understood.
The Secretary of State takes care of the driving privileges, so that would be the place to start after compliance is met with, I would think.
Sau khi anh đã theo những lời khuyên của luật sư và tòa án, thì anh có thể tiếp cận với Bộ Ngoại giao tiểu bang, vì họ đó là cơ quan mà giải quyết những yêu cầu về việc lái xe bằng lái.
All right. That's all for the record in 2400476. Thank you everybody for your appearance.
Thank you. Xong vụ rồi hôm nay. Come on.
All right, Mr. Gilchrist, thank you for your assistance today.
My pleasure. Thank you. Xin chào anh. Xin chào. Goodbye.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Hernandez.
Yep.
So we're on the record in docket 24 L2855172. That is the City of Lansing versus Santos Hernandez. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Williams.
The attorney, Amanda Williams, appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee, appearing on behalf of Santos Hernandez.
And sir, you are Santos Hernandez, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Ms. Williams, how we proceed?
Your Honor, I'd like to request an adjournment for 30 days for compliance purposes.
30 days for compliance. And that's a fair statement, Mr. Lee.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. We'll reset for compliance purposes to
July 2nd
July 2nd at 9 o'clock. So you'll get notice from my court officer, Mr. Hernandez. We've set this for July 2nd at 9 o'clock for compliance purposes. Please keep in contact with the public defender assigned to this court. I think that'd be Ms. Sutter. But in order just to advance any paperwork that the city attorney might need. All right, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else for the record in 24 L2855172, Ms. Williams?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Do you have any questions of me, Mr. Hernandez? You should be all set.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'll see you on July 2nd. All right. And then, Mr. Lee, if you want to meet with Mr. Waddle, and then we can put that on the record, and then all the fail to appears on the record.
Okay, sounds great.
Yeah. So Mr. Waddle, I'm going to put you in room 2, and you can meet with your public defender. Okay, sir?
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Room 2.
John?
What's going on?
Got a lot of fail to appears.
We do.
This is continue to tell. All right, Mr. Lee, let's bring back the jail post. All right. So we're on the record in docket 24 L2834861 and 862. That is the City of Lansing versus Aaron Waddell. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Williams.
Assistant City Attorney Amanda Williams appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee appearing on behalf of Aaron Thomas Waddell.
And sir, you are Aaron Thomas Waddell, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you can hear me all right, Mr. Waddell?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for two ticket matters, I believe, from the City of Lansing. Ms. Williams, how are we proceeding, or would you like to defer to Mr. Lee?
Yes, Your Honor. It's my understanding that Mr. Waddell will be pleading guilty to failure to display ops, and in return, the city will be dismissing the civil infraction, and there is a Killebrew the time served.
And is that a fair statement, Mr. Lee?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
Okay. So that I have pleading guilty as charged to file 24 L2834862. Killebrew no jail up front, and docket 24 L2834861 is to be dismissed pursuant to the plea agreement. And Ms. Wilson, is there any objection to immediate sentencing in this matter?
Williams.
Ms. Williams, what did I call
No.
Ms. Wilson?
No objections, Your Honor.
All right.
Proceed.
Mr. Lee, any objection to immediate sentencing on file 242834862?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. May I inquire of your client of his advice of rights concerning the misdemeanor plea, Mr. Lee?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Lee, you understand that the maximum penalty for the fail to display a valid license, it's a misdemeanor, that's 93 days and or $300. Is that right? So the ultimate penalty is 93 days and or $300. There's an agreement between the attorneys that you receive no jail up front. If I was going to do something different than that agreement, you'd have the ability to withdraw your plea. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. You understand you have certain rights in this misdemeanor plea, and I'll indicate those rights for you. You'll be right. You have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent until proven guilty, to have the prosecutor prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty, to have witnesses against you appear at trial, to question any witnesses that are brought against you. You are represented today by Attorney John Lee, and he would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the people of the state of Michigan. You have the right to have the court order any witnesses appear in your defense, to remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If your plea is accepted, you'll give up the claim the plea was a result of any promises other than to what's been stated on the record, or threats that it was not your choice to plead guilty. You'd be also giving up the right to appeal anything from a trial. Since you won't be having a trial, you'll be pleading guilty instead. Is it your wish and intent today to waive your jury trial rights and plead guilty to the fail to display a valid license?
Yes, sir. It is.
All right. I'm going to have you raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right. I'm going to bring your attention back to March 21st, 2024 at the offense location of East Saginaw Street on North Pennsylvania in the city of Lansing. Were you operating a motor vehicle on North Pennsylvania Avenue in the city of Lansing on March 21st, 2024?
Yes, Your Honor.
And at that time, did you fail to display a valid license to the police officer who stopped you?
Yes, I did, Your Honor.
Anything towards a factual basis, Ms. Williams?
No, Your Honor, city satisfied.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay, I find the factual basis to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made. I'll go right to immediate sentencing. I'll follow the Killebrew agreement of no jail, no upfront jail.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I think I said time served or
Time
did I say
served?
no jail? Sorry.
Perfect, yeah. So time served, do we have any indication of what the time served is on this case?
Mr. Lee.
Mr. Lee, do you know how much time Mr. Waddell's got in, or we can just say time served?
I believe that he began serving on just a minute, I'm pulling up the date. April 25th, Your Honor.
April 25th. 36 days. Days. Fines and costs, I'll put $100 fine. $50 cost for $150. Crime victims' rights fee of $75, state fee of $50 for a grand total of $275. And Mr. Lee, does your client need some time to make that payment to the city of Lansing?
Yes, he does, Your Honor.
All right. I don't, so what are you thinking? 60 days, 90 days?
I would say 90 days, Your Honor. It appears that he's going to be released into the House of Commons shortly for a 90-day stay there. So I think that would probably be,
All right.
you know.
Well, then let's put it past that. We'll set it 120 days so that we know that you're going to be doing a 90-day stint and you can address this problem once you get out of the House of Commons. And it's 120 days, so we'll set full payment to the city of Lansing for. All right. So it'll be set for, let's see, maybe we'll just okay. So let's do this. Once you're out of the rehab stint, we'll refer the entire matter to collections. So it'll all be in one place. So I'm going to refer the $275 to collections to go along with the other collections issues. So once you're out of the 90-day rehab, you can start paying on the collections issue. This will be set as a part of that.
Okay.
Anything else for the record in docket 24L2834862, Miss Williams?
Your Honor, thank
And
you.
we're dismissing 24-2834861 as part of the plea agreement.
Yes.
Anything else, Mr. Lee?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Weil, you should be all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And then, Mr. Lee, we can go ahead and do the fail to appears, and then we should be all set. So let's do, the first one is Emily Householder, I believe. Oh, Tyler Berry.
We have Barry.
All right.
Tyler Barry.
So we're on the record in docket 2100815 and 21L2578872. That is City of Lansing versus Tyler Berry. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Miss Williams.
Assistant City Attorney Evan Williams appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee appearing on behalf of Tyler Berry.
This is set for 9 o'clock today. It is now 11:57. It would appear that Mr. Berry has failed to appear for the ticket and the accompanying, or the pre-trial and the accompanying ticket.
Your Honor, I would ask for a 48-hour hold for Mr. Berry. He did contact our office. I do not know the details of those communications. I just got notice that he did contact.
Miss Williams.
I have no objections to
All
the bench warrant with a 48-hour hold.
I'll issue, they're both driving. One's a speeding ticket and the other one's a driving I do have with Judge Alderson, he did fail to appear previously, but I'm still gonna, since we have had contact with him, I'm gonna issue a bench warrant and bond forfeiture with a 48-hour hold. Bond forfeiture. 48-hour hold.
You already had a warrant, Judge, for this.
Oh, the ticket already had a warrant. Okay, so yeah, the fail to appear on the ticket, which was the speeding ticket, there's already warrant issued because he previously failed to appear. So that warrant's still outstanding. The
Gotcha.
driving license suspended, we'll put a 48-hour hold on.
Okay.
Then I'll put. Anything else for the record on either one of these cases, Miss Williams?
No, Your Honor, thank
All right.
you.
So that's so that's all for the record in both of those files concerning Mr. Barry. Now we have Miss Householder. And so they're on the record in docket 21-02586 at City of Lansing versus Emily Householder. Appearances for the record, Miss Williams.
Assistant City Attorney Emmanuel Williams appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Emily Householder.
This is the time set. This was set for 9 o'clock. It is now 11:59. It would appear that Ms. Householder has failed to appear for the pretrial. This was the time set. I do not see Ms. Householder in the Zoom courtroom, physical courtroom. And based on the representations of counsel, it appears that she's failed to appear for pretrial. Ms. Williams, how did you want to proceed?
Your Honor, I'm requesting a bench warrant bond forfeiture with a 48-hour hold.
Any comment, Mr. Lee?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, I will issue on the drive. This is also a driving ticket, a bench warrant bond forfeiture with a 48-hour hold. Then we're on docket 24014. No, let's see, Palantis. 2401464. It's the City of Lansing versus Joseph Palantis. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record, Ms. Williams?
Assistant City Attorney Emmanuel Williams appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Joseph Palinkas.
Yeah, this is the time set for a pretrial set for 9 o'clock. It is now 12:01. It would appear that the defendant has failed to appear for the pretrial. I do not see Mr. Palinkas in the Zoom. Ms. Williams, how would you like to proceed?
Your Honor, I'm requesting a bench warrant bond forfeiture with 48-hour hold.
Any comment on Mr. Palinkas's bench warrant bond forfeiture with a 48-hour hold?
No.
Mr. Lee. All right.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
So that's all for the record in 2401464. And then we're on the record in 24L2862251. That is the City of Lansing versus LeBron Blackman. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record, Ms. Williams?
Assistant City Attorney Emmanuel Williams appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee appearing on behalf of LeBron Blackman.
All right, this is scheduled for 10 o'clock. It's now 12:02. It would appear that the defendant has failed to appear for the pretrial. I do not see Mr. Blackman in the Zoom courtroom, physical courtroom. Based on the representations of counsel, it appears the defendant has failed to appear for the pretrial. Ms. Williams, how did you want to proceed?
Your Honor, I'm requesting a bench warrant bond forfeiture with a 48-hour hold.
Any comment on that, Mr. Lee?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, I will issue a bench warrant for the non-appearance, bond forfeiture with a 48-hour hold for Mr. Broughton. So we're on the record in docket 2401155. That is the City of Lansing versus Ronald Broughton. Parties introduce themselves for the record. Ms. Williams.
Assistant City Attorney Emmanuel Williams appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee appearing on behalf of Ronald Broughton.
All right, this was set for 10 o'clock. It's now 12:03. I do not see a Mr. Broughton in the Zoom courtroom, physical courtroom. It would appear that Mr. Broughton has failed to appear for the pretrial. Ms. Williams, how did you want to proceed?
Your Honor, I'm requesting a bench warrant bond forfeiture with 48-hour hold.
Any comment on the 48-hour hold or the bench warrant or bond forfeiture, Mr. Lee?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. All right, the court will issue a bench warrant and bond forfeiture with a 48-hour hold based on Mr. Broughton's fail to appear today. That's all for the record in 24-01155. We're on the record in docket 24-00964. That is the City of Lansing versus Rodney Terry. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Williams.
Assistant City Attorney Emmanuel Williams appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee appearing on behalf of Rodney Terry.
Right, this is the time set for a pretrial. This was previously scheduled for 10 o'clock. It is now 12:04. It would appear that the defendant has failed to appear for the pretrial. I do not see a Rodney Terry in the Zoom courtroom, physical courtroom. Ms. Williams, how did you want to proceed?
Your Honor, I'm requesting a bench warrant bond forfeiture with a 48-hour hold.
Mr. Lee, any comment on the 48-hour hold?
No comment, Your Honor.
All right. So that's all for the record. I'm issuing a bench warrant and bond forfeiture for the non-appearance with a 48-hour hold on 24-00964. And then we have ticket 1223 L2799263. That is the City of Lansing versus Billy Evans. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Williams.
Assistant City Attorney Emmanuel Williams appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee appearing on behalf of Billy Evans.
This is the time set for a pretrial. It was set for 10:30. It is now 12:05. It would appear that the defendant has failed to appear for pretrial. I do not see a Billy Evans in the Zoom courtroom, physical courtroom. Ms. Williams, how we proceed?
Your Honor, I'm requesting a bench warrant bond forfeiture with a 48-hour hold.
Any comment on the bench warrant bond forfeiture with a 48-hour hold? Mr. Lee.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. So I'm going to issue a bench warrant and bond forfeiture for the defendant's failed to appear with a 48-hour hold. And that's all for the record on 23 L279963. And that is our morning, Ms. Williams. That is our morning, Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So thank you for your help today.
Thank you, Your Honor. It was a pleasure. Nice seeing all of you.
All right. Good seeing you. We'll see you, Ms. Williams.
Yeah.
All right.
Sorry.
I'm gonna leave everything up, I guess, huh?
Yeah. You get right on.
5 years.
It's kind of interesting. The city used to go after them under the ordinance to collect what the state was not. And it was like, but he's in the aggregate of like $200 to $400 over 6 or 7 years. So he gets this big bill and he can't pay the big bill, you know? So he gets a deferred sentence and they keep giving him more time. 5 years out, there's no more time to be had. I mean, he's run out of time, you know?
I actually had the privilege of being in front of the Superior Court of Ontario, Canada yesterday on a case that was filed in 2007.
Oh my word.
And the breach on the underlying contract happened in 2000. And we just got a trial date of October of this year. It's only 20
years old. Yeah.
You know, so
yeah, I had a buddy of mine who handled the AG cases for the when somebody would sue the school district, and those, I mean, by the time they get to trial, I mean, whatever problems happened 20 years ago are you know, so, but they're legal. I mean, they're cases that have to be resolved on some level. But yeah, that's some of those cases never end.
I mean, that case started 3 years after I graduated from law school. 25 years later, we're finally getting to trial.
We just spent 2 days on a restitution hearing. That's longer than some murder cases I've tried. And we spent all based on what somebody owed somebody else for restitution. That turned into a thing. We even got a retired judge from Grand Rapids in, who was because they wanted to be somebody had to be read their Fifth Amendment rights when they're on the stand to remind them that they can't perjure themselves. It got ugly and personal. And so and I was, you kind of step back and you're like, that's all of this is over a restitution that is really, you know, I mean, we spent a lot of time on that, but you know, that's the way it was, and we resolved it. It's done now, allegedly. Allegedly.
Knock on wood.
Yeah, we'll see. But let's see, Miss Johnson. What are my case notes? Did she show up last time?
I thought she had a.
Rental assistance discussed and ledger provided by plaintiff set on June 4th at 2 o'clock for live hearing.
I don't think she had.
If she talked about it, she hadn't done it. I think that was, she had talked about it. Let's see, we'll give her till 2:15, 2:16. Did Mr. Cooper get to the window okay?
Yes, he's filling out his collections information right now, and Mr. Cody has filed to take his usual payment here.
I'm happy he decided to join us because
he wants to come back in 3 weeks and pay the rest of us.
Good for him.
That's no problem.
Good for him. So, so in this regard, I'm happy that this that abstract's not following him around.
There's nothing in the abstract.
Right.
Nothing gets. You would come here, look at the local record if you wanted to find it.
Yeah.
You wouldn't find it on iChat or state police
or anything.
Or criminal history.
Right. Yeah, that's so that's anything. So that's why they take domestics out of it, because you can aggregate domestic. Drunk drivings you've taken out of it for the most part.
No, domestics are printed because they're 93 misdemeanors, and so are OWIs.
Any 93 day has to be.
Or 92 suspended license.
Okay. How about retail fraud?
Yes. Okay. Most of the prosecutor stuff is printable.
Yeah.
Is mandatory for print.
I can't think of aggregating anything else.
There's only 2 in the city that are printable, which is suspended ops and OWI. Always has to be printed for those.
There's, urinating in public.
It's 90-day.
It's a 90-day, and you can aggregate on that. You can turn somebody into a CSC offender if they've been
Right.
continually convicted over 2 times of urinating. Because the theory is they're not really urinating in public. They're doing other things.
If it comes out of the prosecutor's office, it's usually fingerprint.
Yeah, yeah. I remember that because at first glance, I looked at that and you think, what does urinating have to, and then once you do some, you thought, well, maybe the 3rd time it's not just an accident.
You wouldn't stay off the radar completely either because the police would keep a police report of each
Yeah,
incident.
see,
They could refer back to that.
I think that's important. Yeah. I personally think that's a good
For
idea.
things like in a park after hours or, the city council ordinances. A lot of courts do print the city ordinances and submit them to the state police.
Do they really?
And they have to report a conviction, and now they're having a headache because of the automatic set aside.
Right.
Now they have to go back and correct all their ordinance violations they got reported.
I would think that's all smaller counties that are doing, that
It
did
is.
a lot of that.
Decide if they want to make those non-public or make them
Right.
public again and try to collect on them. Whereas we had the practice for years and we don't print the non-reportable offenses, so we
Right.
report them with criminal history. And now the automatic set aside law, our non-publics are truly ones that should be non-public.
Right.
Set aside without having to worry about going back to get.
That would be that would be so much work
Oh,
to go through each one to set aside.
Courts like East Lansing, they're going crazy because they have to figure out if they want to keep them on the books or not keep them on the books. All because they took fingerprints.
That's funny.
The statute specifies 92 days and above, if you're arrested for offense and possible offender of 92 and up, you must be fingerprinted.
Yep. That makes sense.
These 40 samples, they have like 40, 50 years of records to go back and check for all this. That's not-
And that's not.
Failed to
There's one other situation, OPD will print you, and that's if you've never been to the jail before. But they only do it for identification purposes only.
Right.
don't
They do it
submit
for ID.
You don't submit a bill like criminal history from that chart.
That makes sense for ID.
Right, for ID. But sometimes they take that off their criminal history, or they submit it by mistake and do a bill, and then people come back years later because it's not a job.
Right.
We gotta refer them back to LPs or remove it.
What do they do with when because you must get, I know East Lansing's gotten this, I don't know, was if you get a case dismissed and they want their fingerprints back.
You do a motion to return fingerprints,
Yeah,
or
motion to
return the biometric data. In which case I have to research, do you have any open cases here? If so, the motion's denied, do you owe the court
Right.
any money for past fines and costs?
I know that's happened.
Yeah.
I don't know it here, but I know that's happened in East Lansing. Because you can go in any courtroom and what somebody did when they were 18 is much different than what they're looking at 28. Well, Mr. Cooper, he's not timely, but he paid his debt.
Well, he picked a good time to walk in with something in his pocket.
Yeah.
Situation.
Yeah, he picked a good time to walk in with something in his pocket. So we lose Amani after next week, Miss Williams.
What?
We lose our assistant city attorney next week.
We do?
Yeah.
Not gonna be good.
She's gone and Miss O'Boyle is gone. So that's 2 that are they got replaced.
I've been reading stories about this shortage of attorneys that are qualified to fill those positions.
You can't really blame them. They go to the highest bidder and this doesn't pay what they don't get. The city attorneys and prosecutors and public defenders don't make what
If you're a private attorney,
Yeah.
I've seen like Fred Blackman around here for years, for
Yeah.
decades.
It's just,
trying to make ends meet. You talk to some attorneys like that, pay a secretary, got paid for office.
gotta pay bills, gotta
I
pay.
think Rochelle plays Freddie. I don't know.
She should.
Rochelle. I love Rochelle.
Well, I did hear some sad news from Anita this morning too.
I heard
Ken Marks.
Ken Marks. I heard Ken Marks. Somebody said that and David Carter said that in court today, and that came from the public defender's office, because you know he did a short stint.
Yeah,
in
he retired and went
That
over
is,
there.
that's really too
He's
bad.
sad.
He's one of the nice people.
He is one of the really good people. He's a nice guy.
He
No.
did.
Ken was a good lawyer, but he's an even better person.
Where's the main telephone?
I'm not sure. You know, why not? Why not? You know,
Certain attorneys that get themselves in the name for being a real nice, down to earth person.
he was, I mean, I saw him quite a bit because over the last 10 years, we played golf at the same place. It's a city course here, and it's just easy to get to. And I'd always see him there, so I'd always talk to him. I tried a couple cases with him. He's a really good guy.
Yeah. I'm just letting you know I'm covering for Mr. Herman today.
You're Mr. Herman? I've got you at 2:30 on 2 cases.
Correct.
All right.
So, if you're looking for Richard Herman.
We'll find out. That's all right, Mr. Woody. We always like finding you instead.
Well, that's a very kind thing to say.
We'll let Mr.
You know,
Herman
maybe
know.
my purpose in life is to entertain others.
Right. Not that we don't like Mr. Herman, but we're happy to see Mr. Whitty here.
All righty, I'll see if anyone shows up.
Okay. We've got about a minute or 2 on yours, Mr. Woodrow, and then we'll call that.
Okay, I'll wait here.
Yeah. I don't think Ms. Johnson is going to be here today. We have Mr. Herman, Mr. Whitty's covering. I don't know who Mr. Knack is.
I don't know either, to be honest with you.
It's usually Miss Powder on behalf of Mr. Wasbury.
Yeah, and Adam is representing the defendant, Mr. Neret and Westbury's patient.
Oh, Adam's here on those?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
And we did let Adam know the wonderful news. He says his client's not showing up on the warrant.
Oh, Mr. Garrett.
Yeah, apparently.
Yeah,
I mean, stranger things won't happen around here, but.
all the time,
I
but
would be surprised.
usually people want to get further away from the courtroom when they have a felony warrant.
I don't even know that you have a warrant for some days, I think.
Well,
Excuse me.
yes,
I'm actually here for Calvin.
you're here for Calvin Agueros,
Yes,
but you're not on the lease,
correct.
and you're not here for him.
Okay.
You
I came to the.
can show up for him.
trial and stuff,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
I wasn't
but
sure,
are you an occupant?
I am, yeah.
Okay, but you're not on the lease? They'll sue on the lease.
So I've been there since the beginning, but no, not on there, so.
Yeah, and as you may or may not know this, Mr. Garros has a felony warrant for him.
Adam just informed me of
Okay.
that,
Okay.
yes. We,
Okay.
I was unaware,
Yeah.
and I know for a fact he's unaware of it,
Well,
so.
he should clean that up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's advisable.
It's an assault GBH, it's a 10-year felony.
Yeah.
So that would be advisable. But I'll wait for Adam to get here. So legal services is on that case and Ms. Ferris, right?
Yes.
We see Adam quite a bit. And it's usually Miss Powder. I don't know if I said that right. Mr. Powder. Powder Snyder. All right, Mr. Woodrow, let's call your case. So we're on the record in docket 2401627. That is LG Everett LLC versus Tiffany Johnson. Will parties please indicate their appearance for the record? Mr. Woodrow.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Hugh Woodrow, P56468, appearing on behalf of the plaintiff.
All right, this is the time set for a landlord-tenant hearing. It would appear that the defendant has failed to appear. This was scheduled for 2 o'clock. It is now 2:17. And the defendant is not in the Zoom courtroom or the physical courtroom. Mr. Woodrow, how would you like to proceed?
Your Honor, at this point in time, we request the default judgment be entered against the defendants, Tiffany Johnson, and all other occupants. The amount to retain possession is $6,853. There's $156 in court costs for a total of $7,009 with a writ date of 6/14/24.
Yeah, I think we're using 6/14, is right. Yeah. Time is flying. So, and to the best of your knowledge, for the default, and I know they were previously here, but for the default, to the best of your knowledge, Ms. Johnson is not a minor, incapacitated, or in the military service, and the residence with the premises was kept for its intended purpose.
Correct, Your Honor.
All right. And you'll submit an order to that effect?
I have one right here prepared.
All right, yeah, let me see that. Thank you. We have June 14th. So the court is in possession of 24-01627. It's a default judgment box. The court terms of valid waivers checked. The numbers are checked as indicated for the record. 4A is checked and June 14th is for the regular date. And the appellate date 5, 6, and 7 are checked boxes. I will sign. I will sign the order and give you a copy of it, and then we'll scan the original order into the file system. But you're going to get a copy from my court officer, all right?
Fantastic.
Anything else, Mr. Woodrow?
Nothing today.
You're all set. Thank you for your appearance today. Thank you. We'll see you, Mr. Woodrow.
Yeah.
Take care. And we have Adam on the next two, Mr. Narrett and Ms. Powder.
Can you scan that to me, Sean?
Thank you, Sid.
Thank you.
You may want to delete that. I'm going to give you the certificate of the only part first. I'll scan it again.
Okay, I'll do it. Thank you.
What did you want to do with Edward Rose set for June 12th? Just leave it there until June 12th goes around. We could do that.
Will it drive you crazy?
No, it won't.
If it doesn't drive you crazy, can I just leave it there?
You can just leave it there. Yeah.
Because I'm really kind of, that day is the day I won't be here and I've got things like I may see if I can get out and rebuild it tomorrow.
I think it's built. I think you built it well. You just put it.
I just stuck it in the wrong place. Well, in my defense, those buttons are very close together. Well, all of a sudden, I'm sitting there on Monday. I'm like, I look at our docket. I'm like, oh my God, I never prepped any of the civil stuff. And I usually do only scheduling it. And I was looking, I was like, there's nothing in prep completed. What am I? So I was doing them. And then after a while, because you have to just go highlight it, click link documents, hit OK, and then to complete hearing prep complete. I went from hearing back, so I just stopped for a while. It's so monotonous.
It is,
And
but
you
it-
just, and if any one human talks to you, you forget where you are. Okay, thank you, Sean.
Let me see if,
With this.
this Ferris is-
And we type very slowly so we don't mess anything up.
Mr. Narron, how are you?
Pretty good, Your Honor. How are you today?
I'm pretty good. Mr. Gazort, how are you?
Good, how are you today, Judge?
Pretty good. You've got two set, right?
Yeah,
You've got.
Mr. Narrett and I were able to work this one out.
All right.
So,
And I don't think Mr. Aguirre is gonna be here.
no, Hannah Otten is here. She's
Right.
the other resident there.
No. Mr. Bari, what case are you here on?
Good afternoon. I'm here on EML LLC v. Trey Kiss, Jordan Jones, and Jennifer McLaren.
Okay, so that's a 230 case, EML LLC and Jennifer McLaren, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right.
And we submitted a consent order the other day. We're just ready to put it on the record.
All right. Yeah, I see. I just let Mr. Knack in. And then on Jennifer's S23, could you please identify yourself?
Jennifer McLaren.
Jennifer McLaren. All right, you're here for the 230. And then Ms. Knack, you're also here for the 230, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
All right. All right, so let's go ahead and call that case since we have. All right, so it's 239. All right, so we're on the record in docket 2401-239. That is EML LLC versus Jennifer McLaren. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record from the plaintiff EML LLC?
Yes, Your Honor. Adrian Knack on behalf of plaintiff EML LLC.
All right, and then Mr. Bari, you're here for Jennifer McLaren, is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor. Attorney Patrick Bari, P84539, on behalf of defendant Jennifer McLaren, who's joining us via Zoom. Ms. McLaren, please state your name.
Jennifer Jean McLaren.
All right, perfect. And this is the time set for a landlord-tenant hearing. And Ms. Knack, how are we proceeding? We've reset this for June 4th at 2:30. We have various hearings on this. Ms. Knack, how are we proceeding?
Yes, Your Honor. I spoke with Mr. Bowery yesterday, and both of the parties agreed to enter into a consent judgment, which I believe he sent over to you yesterday.
Okay.
That is correct, Your Honor. I filed it.
So consent judgment was agreed upon by both representative parties. Did either of you want to state the terms of the agreement on the record, or is that your understanding? Both of you signed the bottom of the agreement and both have an understanding of the terms of that.
Yes, Your Honor. The terms were pretty straightforward, that defendant McLaren agrees to pay to plaintiff EML LLC the amount of the unpaid rent, which is $8,100 within 2 years of the entry of the consent judgment.
Okay. And the consent judgment, that was e-filed, is that correct, Mr. Berry?
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right, so the orders to follow the terms have been placed on the record. I will sign that I may have already signed it. It might have been in the batch yesterday afternoon, but if I haven't signed it, I'll sign it today. The consent judgment in regards to this case. Anything else on the record in this case, docket 2401-239, Ms. Knack?
No, Your Honor. We have default judgments against the other two defendants, and we'll proceed with collecting on those as well.
All right, and those default judgments were as to Mr. Kiss and Mr. Jordan, is that correct?
That's correct.
Mr. Kiss and Mr. Jones.
It's actually Ms. Jones, but yes.
Ms. Jones, all right, perfect. Anything else for the record, Mr. Bari?
Your Honor, would you like me to voir dire my client just to put some proofs on the record?
Absolutely.
Okay. Ms. McLaren, you understand the terms we're coming to today?
Yes, I do.
And you understand that we're entering into a consent judgment?
Yes, I do.
You understand that you could have taken this matter for trial and you could have gotten more of what you want, the same or less?
Yes.
Instead, you're agreeing to enter into a consent judgment. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Have you had an opportunity to review all of the terms with your attorney?
Yes, I have.
And you understand all the terms contained in the judgment?
Yes, I do.
Do you have any questions for the court or for your attorney at this time?
I do not. Thank you.
No problem. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bari. All right, so the consent judgment will wait to be signed. And Ms. McLaren's already indicated she has no more questions for the court as to the procedure? So that's all for the record, 2401-239. Both parties, thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Knack. Goodbye to all the parties.
Thanks, Mr. Bowery. Yep.
All right, Mr. Whitty's here on the two Herman cases.
CD for him.
You got, all right. Is there a representative from Mr. Wasbury? Let's see, let's go ahead and take one of your cases, Mr. Whitty. Mr. Kazort is waiting patiently over there. So is this?
This is going to be the Weymouth.
Weymouth, okay. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24011732. That is people of the state of Michigan. I'm sorry. That is Edward Rosen Associates versus Jonathan Weymouth. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Whitty.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Norman Whitty appearing on behalf of Richard Herman for the plaintiffs.
And sir, you are Jonathan Weymouth, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a landlord-tenant hearing. Mr. Whitty, how we proceed?
Your Honor, the parties have agreed to a conditional dismissal in this case. Mr. Weymouth is working, the disabled vet, he's working with a number of agencies, all of whom are not being real definite on time. So we're hoping we can set a firm deadline for him to kind of hopefully knock some things loose to get this caught up. The parties have agreed to a conditional dismissal, providing that on or before June 24th, Mr. Weymouth will pay $4,867.31, which is rent through the end of June, plus court costs of $170.54 for a total of $5,037.85. We discussed that if he fails to perform as agreed, we would have the right to seek an order of a judgment and a writ without further hearing. Partial payment would not stay issuance of the writ. We did discuss his rights under MCR 4.201I, after which he signed the conditional dismissal, if I may approach.
You may. Thank you, Mr. Whitty. So I'm in possession of the conditional dismissal of 2401-732. Mr. Weymouth, is there anything that Mr. Whitty talked about in terms of the agreement that you did not discuss or agree to?
I understand.
All right. The terms have been placed on the record. The box B is checked in that if the terms of the condition are not met, this action may proceed without notice. He'll resurrect the case. Partial payment will not be accepted. And as Mr. Whitty indicated, you have 3 days from today's date to somehow say this was ambiguous to you, okay? Pursuant to the MCR, the court rule 4.201. That's because you're not represented by counsel today. But as it indicates today, you signed the bottom of this, indicating that you understand the nature of the conditional dismissal.
That's correct.
Okay. All right, I will sign the conditional dismissal pursuant to the request of the parties. And we will scan the original in to the e-file system and provide a copy to each of the litigants. Anything else on the record in docket 2401-732, Mr. Whitty?
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Weymouth, do you have any questions of me, or are you all set?
No, Your Honor, I'm good.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Check to see. I don't see anybody here from Wasp.
We haven't gotten any,
I was wondering if we got anything, but
we haven't gotten anything last action jazz. So I scheduled it. She could be.
well, that's my fear. I mean, it's odd that they don't.
Yeah.
Mr. Wasper will appear. And that was Jasmine Howe.
I believe so.
I think it was Mr. Whitty.
Okay.
There's a consent agenda. Never mind. Yeah. Justice.
Our civil gender, which we have one way. I was gonna type like. We're civil gender. Yeah, 3 things in the morning. Good job. And then, because of our civil jury, then we have aluminium, but the good news is. My scanner gets installed tomorrow, AJ and I are gonna fix all the other crashing problems they've been having with
Alright.
the screens. And then I'll go cover whoever needs me. Oh, wait,
What,
Patty's not leaving until the afternoon. So
Which civil trial was it?
It was Dua and one with Miss Spencer.
Okay.
They sent me the thing that's stuck in my in my file. It was DS Hoover versus Terry Travis.
All right. And so Susan knows not to.
Yep, I let everybody know.
That's
Oh, my
kind of a
bad.
big
It's a motion and 2 pre-trials.
All right.
And then we don't have anything yet until 1:30, so that's a little catchy up here and there.
Okay. Yeah, that's off. So I don't think anybody's gonna appear. He's never appeared on it, right?
That case,
Thank you.
No.
Bond was set.
never appeared.
You got the better amen.
Failed to appear. Right? Lost.
Yeah. Was there anything in the file cabinet?
Oh, nice. So, Mr. Kazor, what did you want to do on your case? Your client's missing. Mr.
Mr. Flores is not actually my client.
Oh,
Miss Alton is, she's a resident there. It's a home.
so she's the only, Mr. Aguirre is the only one on the,
Yeah.
on the.
I mean, I
lease.
was, the company that filed it doesn't own the property anymore.
Right.
That's well published. Just as an aside, this has been the MO on the other Autumn Ridge cases. They just don't show up.
And yeah. See, I've never had Mr. Wasbury or Miss Powder not show up.
That has been happening with these old Autumn Ridge cases. Because I guess I didn't want to send in all the dismissals.
And then, so she's here as another occupant.
Yes.
There's no, they didn't show up. I don't have any indication. They're 45 minutes late if they have.
You want me to check a dismissal?
Yeah, let's do a dismissal. And then they can move to set aside if they wish.
I believe the new owners are starting to file.
Okay.
Actually, I think Billy DeShawn, one of our other attorneys, told me at her last hearing, somebody from the new owners showed up and was like, yeah, we own it now. They don't.
Oh, really?
I guess they didn't show up today.
That's interesting. Mr. Whitty, so we'll go on, Mr. You got a conditional dismissal. Let's go on your case. And then we'll call Mr. Kazort, because I think we're gonna type out a dismissal for that.
Thank you very much, sir.
All right. So we're on the record in docket 24011733. That's Edward Rose and Associates versus Jasmine Howe. Will the parties please introduce their appearance for the record? Mr. Whitty.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Norman Whitty, appearing for Richard Herman on behalf of the plaintiff Waverly Park.
And ma'am, you are Jasmine Howell, is that correct?
Correct.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a landlord-tenant hearing. Mr. Whitty, how are we proceeding today?
Your Honor, please report that the parties have entered into a conditional dismissal in this case. The terms are as follows. On or before June 20th, 2024, Ms. Howe is going to pay rent to retain through the end of June in the amount of $4,164.79. Court costs of $170.54 for a total amount of $4,335.33. Discussed that if payment wasn't made as agreed, we'd have the right to proceed without further notice or hearing and obtain a judgment in order of eviction. Partial payment would not stay issuance of a writ. We discussed her rights under MCR 4.201I, after which Ms. Howe signs the conditional dismissal, if I may approach.
You may. Thank you. Ms. Howe and Mr. Whitty, I am in possession of the conditional dismissal on 24-01733. This is a conditional dismissal and the terms have been placed on the record. Ms. Howe, is there anything that Mr. Whitty said that wasn't a part of your agreement that you signed?
No.
All right. Number B is checked that this action will proceed without any notice to the defendant if the conditions aren't met, and partial payment is not accepted under box 7. And then the Michigan Court Rule 4.201 parents I as long as you know you're not represented by counsel today, so you have 3 days from today's date to file a motion indicating that something we did here is ambiguous. Do you understand that, ma'am?
Yes, I understand.
All right. You signed the agreement. It seems pretty straightforward. You signed it. I will sign the agreement at the request of the parties. And then you can get a copy of the conditional dismissal from my court officer. We will scan the original in to the court file. Anything else for the record in 24-01733, Mr. Whitty?
Nothing further for plaintiff.
All right, Ms. Howe. You're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
And who's the judge out? Say Joe. I was in Bain's courtroom about 3 weeks ago, and they started up Zoom, and there was a guy just sitting there drinking a beer at 9:30 in the morning.
I've seen that before too. Talking, this guy was drinking a beer, talking to this. We were just talking about, did you see the video from Judge Simpson's court of the guy showing up?
I did not. I have not seen Judge Simpson's reaction, that Cedric Simpson out of, I've not seen his reaction. You just see the driving while license suspended guy showing up on the video.
Well,
he's driving, isn't he?
Priceless.
Yeah, I worked with him for years.
With Judge Simpson?
With Judge Simpson. He used to teach at the Ann Arbor campus. And so so I know him pretty well.
Yeah, he seems to draw the lunatics out of the
He does. He does. He emotes quite a bit.
Yeah.
He's an emotive guy.
Yeah, but you know, I mean, I don't know of any other court that gets as much just crazy.
Yeah, I agree. I
don't know what it is about that community, but this guy, he seemed totally stunned that when you're showing up for your hearing for driving without a license, you shouldn't actually be operating.
Operating a motor vehicle.
I mean, there's all sorts of things you could have done. You could have shown up without a shirt.
Right.
You could have been drinking a beer.
Yes, exactly.
Smoking a cigarette, walking around. There's a whole bunch of stupid things you could do.
Yep.
That weren't as bad as driving a motor vehicle.
I tend to, and Judge Simpson has great reactions to that.
He does.
I tend to be, I don't recognize it. So we actually had a guy in the first 6 weeks where the court record, it was Tammy or Wendy said to me, I think he's in a car wash.
It was me, because I
Yeah.
was flabbergasted.
She's like, I think he's in a car wash. And I'm like, who? And then I'm looking, I'm like, yep, purple, green, yellow lights, water coming down. He's in a car wash. This is a bad time to be in a car wash. He was in a car wash. No, it's not a good look. No, he was in a car wash.
The other thing this guy was doing is if you watch the video, he's holding the phone while he's driving.
Yeah.
So there's another little infraction.
Yeah, that's not a good look. Not a good look. Yep.
He ordered him to turn himself in.
Yeah, oh, he did. And the guy turned himself in. But it was hilarious watching the facial expressions on this guy as it kind of dawned on him. What a colossal blunder.
Right.
Wow.
It
takes all kinds.
That is almost worth it. Recognizing I guess I should have done this is probably the key right there.
It's absurdities like that make our jobs rich and rewarding.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right.
Have a great day.
You too.
Yeah.
Mr. Kazort, you can come up here and we will indicate that we're on the record and ma'am, you can come up here too. So we're on the record in docket 2401989. That is OPV Partners versus Calvin Agueros and all other occupants. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? There's not a party. Mr. Wasfrey is not here. That's plaintiff's counsel, representative of OPV Partners. We do see Miss Powder also here. I don't see any of them here. Mr. Kazort, your appearance for the record.
Your Honor, Adam Kazord here with Hannah Otten, who is otherwise an all other occupant.
Correct. She's not on the lease, but you are an all other occupant, ma'am. This is the time set for a formal hearing. Mr. Agueros is not here. There is an all other occupant here. OPV Partners is not here or representatives. We are going to dismiss the case without prejudice because the plaintiff failed to appear. And then they can proceed accordingly. But I'm going to sign that. And that's all for the record in 2401989. This case will be dismissed. The one thing that could happen is they could contact Mr. Kazort, or they could do a motion to set this aside. Okay. But right now the case is dismissed. All right. Okay. All right. Is that a fair statement, Mr. Kazort? All right. All right. Thank you, everybody, for your appearance.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Check out. Okay.
All right. So I'm gonna. You want to scan that and let me see. Oh. Here. This is what this is. You add a note and then you save it. Because if you don't save the note you added, it doesn't appear.
Such a finicky little system.
No, it's just, got to save it or else it doesn't work. And then hearing complete. All right, well.